Just a note to all the committee members, you're going to get an email probably today or tomorrow about next week's hearing. So we had 4 bills the other day. We have 6 bills today. We're going to exec these 10 bills total on 10/15 next Wednesday. And each party will probably have their caucuses ahead of time, but we're going to start execing at 10:15. Then after that, we have 7 more bills on the docket. I've been kind of aggressive, and my clerk says, make sure you give me lunch today. So, and my vice chair gives me a note. Make sure you cover all the bills and get them out in and out as fast as you can. So to do that, I have to be aggressive in the scheduling. So I appreciate the committee and those that testify bearing with us on that, but we have a lot of bills to cover. So for those of you that are watching on tape, pay attention because we're going to be voting on these 6 and the first 4 next week. Just a heads up. Thank you. So I've called up the prime sponsor, the Honorable Rosemary Rung. Welcome back to Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's such a treat to see some familiar faces and some new faces. I'm very pleased to be here today to introduce House Bill 332. As many of you know, I have been addressing issues around cyanobacteria blooms for the last several years, and we've been successful getting some passed into law. And I want to dispel the expectation that we can solve the issue of cyanobacteria blooms or that we can, or state government can fix it. State government cannot solve this problem alone. It's going to take a partnership with local individuals and local communities. And that's the impetus for bringing this bill forward. We need to harness the power of local folks who are directly impacted by toxic blooms in their backyard and their neighborhood. However, it's not that easy, as most New Hampshire lakes reside in more than one municipality. So if one town passes a lake protective ordinance, it is far less effective than if the other municipalities pass the same. This bill empowers voters in those communities, if they want, to establish a village district to specifically protect and mitigate and remediate surface waters that are there. First, I want to thank the Honorable Dan Wolf, who's here, who first sponsored this bill last year. As a resident of Newbury, which is one of the communities bordering Lake Sunapee, Dan recognized the need to allow local communities to come together to solve a shared problem. HB 332 is identical to his 2024 bill, HB 1250. It passed the Municipal and Government Committee last year, but it died in the House. In fact, the ought to pass vote failed by 1 vote. New Hampshire statute already allows for the establishment of village districts in RSA 52:1 for 14 reasons, including, and this is among some of them, extinguishing of fires, the planting of trees, construction, maintenance, and sewage of waste treatment, sidewalks and roads, recreational promotion, and even control of pollen, insects and pests, and more. HB 332 would simply add a 15th reason to protect and remediate surface waters. Why is this important? Each year, more New Hampshire lakes suffer from toxic cyanobacteria blooms, from Lake Winnipesaukee to Babusick Lake, which is in my town, and it straddles Amherst as well. Babusick Lake is not the economic powerhouse of Lake Winnipesaukee or other lakes in the state, but it is important to the residents who live there. HB 332 would allow the towns of Merrimack and Amherst to form a village district to protect Babusick Lake, but only if their voters approve to remediate the conditions that led to these blooms by enacting ordinances, raising revenue for treatment, and whatever else is necessary to mitigate blooms rather than waiting for the state to do it. HB 332 is the ultimate expression of local control. Local voters get to decide if they want this control. Maybe they vote not to establish the district. Maybe no one petitions to have that come before the voters. But if they do, district voters may not decide to do anything. But the important thing is that they are the ones, not the state, who can take control to improve the quality of surface water in their community. Please support the passage of HB 332 to add this important consideration to the RSAs and to the other 14 reasons village districts can be formed. Thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Donnelly.
Nice to see you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you're looking at this specific bill, is this for any New Hampshire town to be able to enact? So for example, I live on Canopy Lake. And so Canopy is split by Windham and Salem. Is that what you're looking to say? Any town can enact this, or just in your community? You're looking.
Oh, no, any town, any town. Merrimack, and also you don't even need multiple towns. For instance, in Merrimack, we have a village district that provides municipal water, not even to the whole town, to most of the residents. But if the voters of Salem and Windham decide that they want to have a village district just looking at remediating that surface water of Canopy Lake, they can choose to, they would have at town meeting an ability to vote on a warrant article to approve the district. And then there is a process already in the RSAs where they would then appoint or elect commissioners to make decisions, and they would have an annual meeting. So for instance, in the Merrimack Village District, which is our municipal water provider, they have an annual meeting every year, just like a town meeting would do, and where commissioners are elected. We vote on the budget, we vote on any capital expenditures or bond issues. So it's really a subset of one or more municipalities, but it's established to serve a specific purpose. I hope that answered your question, Representative. Thank you.
Any other question? Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. How would this work on interstate waters? I have a Providence Lake in Wakefield, Effingham, and Parsonsfield, Maine.
It would only apply to those communities. It would only be an option to those communities that are in New Hampshire. So there, according to the RSA, you wouldn't be able to have other states' communities form a district with a New Hampshire community. It would only be available to one or more New Hampshire municipalities.
Any other questions? Representative. Dupont. Yes? Okay. Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Rung. Can you describe some policies that you think might benefit, where cyanobacteria mitigation might benefit from this type of board, this type of committee?
Okay, no, thank you. Well, one in particular is, and I'll use Babusick Lake as another example. It has been a chronically impaired lake with cyanobacteria blooms, but it's very small. It doesn't have the economic engine of Lake Winnipesaukee, but it's very likely going to need an in-lake treatment to really stop the blooming, at least for the duration of the effectiveness of the alum treatment. Those treatments can run into hundreds of thousands of dollars. A lake that I'm very familiar with, Lake Hennesacca in Moultonborough, I think it cost upward of $500,000 for the lake treatment. This is an expenditure of money that is very unlikely going to come from the state for Babusick Lake. There are bigger fish to fry, more economically important lakes like Lake Winnipesaukee, lakes that supply municipal drinking water that are probably going to be higher on the list for an investment of an in-lake treatment than Babusick Lake would. But the residents around that lake, if they are in a district, village district, they may elect to raise the revenue to do the in-lake treatment themselves. They may vote to raise revenue that might match a state grant for the in-lake treatment. But it could also be something minor, as they may require septic, shoreline septic systems to be pumped every 3 years. That's already occurred in some communities. So it really depends on what the specific needs of that lake are and where the source of the nitrogen phosphorus is coming from, and the expense of remediating that would fall on the district in lieu of the state. Another example is rebuilding a culvert. It could be something really, I don't want to say it's simple, but it's, in the scheme of things, it's a simple remediation project. That's something that the district could elect to do if it helps prevent runoff of surface water that is adding nitrogen and phosphorus to the lake. They may even raise money just to fund a watershed management plan that would identify all of these projects. But it takes away the reliance on the state and state funding to address concerns of their surface water quality.
Any other questions? Representative Nat?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Thanks for being here. Is there a process? I'm sort of thinking ahead of the question of someone opposing this. Is there a process for disbanding this district if it doesn't go well? What are the sort of risks of this?
It's by a vote. It's the same process as forming one.
Okay. By warrant article? Sorry.
Yeah, it would be a warrant article of the towns to disband the district.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Representative Vale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Rung. It's good to see you here today. Just basically, when we're looking at the word remediation on line 4, does that include all the technologies or methods that a town or in this district would provide?
Let me see. You know what? Let me get a.
Oh, it's under 1
Oh, okay.
O, protection
Yes.
and remediation.
So I'm sorry, Representative Vale, could you repeat your question?
Yes, so the protection and remediation of surface water quality within the district. When we're talking about protection and remediation, we're covering prevention as well
Yeah.
as technologies such as what was used at Lake Conasauqua, where they actually attacked a bloom that was already in force.
Yeah, so it's really, as it says, whatever's necessary to restore that lake quality or to prevent contamination. It really just empowers that district to make the decisions and supply the funding or seek funding from outside sources to do that.
Thank you for taking my question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. One other comment I forgot to make, Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me. Whatever the district decides to do, it still has to comply with state law. So for instance, if a district decides to do an in-lake treatment, they still would have to seek a surface water discharge permit. So it doesn't exempt them from complying with laws already in place at the state level. It just allows the district to, it's mainly making the decision and moving forward with implementing that project. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking in opposition, Steve Wolf, New London. You have to turn on the mic.
There we go. Thanks for taking the time to hear my testimony. I'm here today in opposition to making it possible for petitioners to get village districts formed for lakes. I have two primary thoughts on this. First off, I'm sure the folks in support have excellent intentions to protect, monitor, and enforce the state's lakeshore development requirements. However, this is already under the purview of New Hampshire DES and each town's zoning and building officials. All currently do an excellent job, especially here in the Lake Sunapee region where I'm from. And of course, other citizens living on or near our lakes are sure to point out any violations of shoreline protection to the towns and DES. Secondly, village districts are a bad idea in general. I currently live within the extremely gerrymandered boundaries of the Springfield, New London water precinct. This was formed decades ago to provide potable water in accordance with Section 52.1, paragraph D, the supply of water for domestic and fire purposes, which may include the protection of the sources of supply. Focus on that a minute. If the village district decided to get the domestic water from any lake, they could prevent folks from swimming or boating on that lake. Here in this village district, the water supply is wells on Colby Point in the middle of Little Lake Sunapee. So no restrictions currently on swimming in this lake. Now, the interesting part, this village district raises over 2/3 of their annual revenue by taxing properties within the district and just 1/3 from actual water usage charges. If a property is in the districts, they annually pay a tax based upon the value of their property. This year it was $1.10 per $1,000 of assessed value. So a $1 million house, which is very common in the Lake Sunapee area, would pay nearly $1,100 a year, which is collected by the town and then distributed to the water precinct. There are currently 2 large parcels of land in New London that are slated to be developed for affordable housing and senior housing, and have been paying that annual tax for decades to the village district. And now the village will not even provide water lines or domestic water to these developments, citing a shortage of well capacity. And of course, the groundwater in New London's central business district is contaminated by PFAS, so private on-site wells are out of the question. Finally, there are developed properties within the district that have private wells, yet those folks are required to pay annual taxes to the precinct as well in their 2/3, 1/3 usage revenue collection setup. And properties without water connections in the district can never get out or change the boundaries because the select board in both towns would have to agree to it. And of course, there are always politics between the folks that are running the district and the select board's elected officials. And this is very prevalent in New London and Springfield. In summary, the establishment of village districts for the protection and remediation of surface waters within the district is a bad idea and just another major tax to properties within whatever district boundaries are drawn by those power brokers that can tax the heck out of those within the districts in perpetuity. And any questions?
Any questions for the speaker? I don't see any. Thank you for your
Okay.
testimony.
Yep. I'll leave you guys a copy of it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking in support of the bill, Andrea Lamoureux, New Hampshire Lakes. 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Harb and members of the committee. It's nice to see some familiar faces here and some new folks. I hope to get to know the new representatives on the committee. I am Andrea Lamoureux, the president and policy advocate of New Hampshire Lakes. As many of you know, we are a statewide nonprofit organization. Our mission is to restore and preserve the health of all of New Hampshire's lakes. We work with lake associations throughout the state on ways to restore and improve the health of our lakes for everyone to enjoy. We are here in support of this bill. I know you have a long day ahead of you, so I am not going to reiterate all the excellent points that Representative Rung has already presented. What I will, just a couple of things I wanted to share, and I think this might address some of what Representative Vale was asking about. I've heard from a few folks that the wording here might be a little bit vague for the protection and remediation of surface water quality. Of course, as an aquatic biologist, I know what that means, and most of the people behind me know what that means too. But if that is of concern to you, a potential suggestion to reword that to encompass, all the tools and technology that are currently used for this purpose would be something like for the protection and restoration of surface water quality through watershed and lake management. Watershed and lake management is fairly well defined within the Department of Environmental Services with various programs and some statutes related to that as well. So if you're concerned about it being a little vague, tweaking it in that way might bring some clarity. The other thing I passed, so you have a testimony letter from us. I see that we have about 150 Lake Association folks signed in support of this bill and many explanations of why they think this would benefit their community. Again, this would be a voluntary enabling and may not be the right thing for all communities, but they would have that opportunity to vote. The other thing I shared with you is a testimony letter written from Jack Kuttner. He is from the Save Lake Sunapee watershed, and he called me frantically this morning. He really wanted to come and testify in front of you, and he worked very closely with Representative Wolf last year on this bill. You can't make this up. He's down in Cambridge, and his garage is frozen shut, so he's not able to be here. But he quickly wrote this up and wanted me to give it to you, and I'm not going to regurgitate the whole thing for you, other than if you please, I wanted to just share one or two sentences here to really capture why this would be of interest and benefit a lake community as a whole. He said, who in town government has the expertise and accountability to address these issues, so these issues of protecting the lake? Ultimately, this responsibility falls on town select boards, whose members are elected volunteers that change annually and who have large variety of issues to deal with. It's very difficult for these boards to fully understand the threats to water quality and to prioritize action in the context of other challenges. So what he's saying is this village district could have subject matter expertise of folks, commissioners that know, what needs to be done. In addition, I'd like to add this district could be available, could receive grant funds and other technical assistance. So with that, we urge you to support this, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Speaking in opposition, Chris Norwood, representing the Realtors, 3 minutes. Mr. Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chris Norwood. I'm the 2025 Vice Chair of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors, and speaking in opposition of the bill as presented today. And I will kind of conclude I will start with my conclusion, which is I think that perhaps a study bill of village districts is more appropriate, similar to the bill that was voted on yesterday. There was an ought to pass on a similar study bill for zoning, and I apologize, I don't have the bill number. My testimony is such that certainly the realtors care about the quality of lakes. It behooves us and is important to our clients to keep the cyanobacteria blooms away from our lakes. And I appreciate Representative Rung's testimony. Certainly, I actually grew up swimming in Babusick Lake. The concern we have is with the New Hampshire village districts in particular. So in some of our research, and this is by no means conclusive, there are 91 village districts in the state of New Hampshire, according to an Excel file downloaded from NH Economy. the power that's vested in them, I'm going to read section 52:3 Roman numeral 2. The district shall thereupon be a body, corporate and politic, and shall have all the power in relation to the objects for which it was established that towns have or may have in relation to like objects, and that are necessary for accomplishments of its purpose. And as the sponsor mentioned, there are about 14 purposes for which village districts can be formed. The realtor's concern is some of these village districts, which they've expanded in scope beyond for the original reasons that they were formed. And I'll give you two examples. The lighting district in Kearsarge has some powers relating to zoning and zoning enforcement. And that can be further researched because there's currently, or there was a Supreme Court case, a New Hampshire Supreme Court case where the Kearsarge Lighting Precinct was in a lawsuit with one of the members, the property owners within its boundaries. That was up in Conway. In Northampton, there's Little Boar's Head, which is another village district. According to their website, they were established in 1905, and they have, again, according to their website, zoning, planning board review. Essentially, they have expanded the powers, in our opinion, beyond what it was originally established for. Again, according to its own website, Little Boar's Head in Northampton was established originally for water. We have no concerns over trying to improve the quality of our lakes. But again, according to New Hampshire Economy's website, of the 91 existing village districts, 9 of them have planning and zoning authority. And that seems to us realtors as beyond the original scope for which that they were intended. Again, Village Kearsarge Lighting District presumably harkens back to the days when there was, oil lamps lining the streets or something of that nature. And why they have planning and zoning authority, we just don't know. And so the concern that we have is the expansion of the village districts. Again, if there is perhaps a study bill that could look into the village districts and to understand why some of these village districts going back to the 1800s all the way till today have expanded in their scope and authority, we think that that would be reasonable, and I will entertain any questions. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Speaking in support of the bill, Elizabeth Harp, Lake Sunapee Protective Association.
Does that work? Okay, there we go. I'm Elizabeth Harper. I'm the executive director of the Lake Sunapee Protective Association. Our mission is to preserve and enhance the environmental integrity of the Lake Sunapee watershed. So we work with all of the towns in our watershed. There are over 5 municipalities that are trying to work together to maintain water quality in our area. We have hundreds of members that are interested in working collaboratively to try to improve water quality. With the record number of cyano blooms across the state, the capacity at the state level to address the needs of all of the lakes and ponds in our state is stretched. And being able to address these issues at both the local level and the state level, and doing that in collaboration, I think is going to be necessary to address the problems that we are seeing currently and that are likely to increase over time. We're in support of this bill because it provides a mechanism for those municipalities that have really limited resources and expertise in these areas to work together in a way that's efficient and effective. So that we can try to address these issues. We've been working on septic regulations with towns and having to do it with a really piecemeal approach. Something like the village districts would make that collaboration and efficient use of resources much more effective. Those are some of the main points that I wanted to bring up. We've also been working with collaborators in New London, just because that issue of groundwater contamination came up. I just want to emphasize that that is a a big issue in New London. It's not, the problem is not because of a village district. That's not the root issue. That groundwater contamination happened decades ago. It's a big issue, but to say that that's the result of this, I don't think is accurate. So I think most of the other key points have been made by Andrea Lamoureux and Representative Rung, so I'll stop my comments there, but I would be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Donnelly.
Thank you for taking, Mr. Chair. So have you seen or thought that this may actually have any limitations for the rest of the state with using Lake Sunapee? And is there any restrictions have you seen with where all of a sudden you're less people across the state or even people coming up to visit for just the day? This would create restrictions?
No, not at all. I don't see any way that this would limit the use of lakes for recreation. I think, on the contrary, I think everyone in our community understands what an important economic driver our lakes are. And I think that's really at the root of why we've been able to get really widespread community support for initiatives like this, because our economy depends on lakes being high quality. As soon as we have massive cyano blooms, that's a problem for everyone in our region. And they want to be able to work together to solve this issue. So it's absolutely the idea that it would prevent boating or swimming is, I think, counterintuitive. I think it's specifically so that we can have lakes where boating and tourism and swimming are possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
I don't
you.
have any more pink cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on HB 332? Could be Representative Wolf.
Dan, I have a pink card for 334 for you. Did you mean to be this one? I have one for 334, the next bill. Okay.
So we'll change the number and take your seat, Mr. Wolf. Welcome back to Resources.
Thank you. Maybe I should go to education first.
Speaking in support.
Speaking in support. Thank you. And thank the committee for listening to me. This is the same bill that was brought forth last year. It passed the committee, I believe it was 12-4. It got shot down in the House by one vote. This is not a control bill. It is a local control, local assistance bill that would put the ability to coordinate environmental rules and regulations together. Newbury is part of a village district on Lake Todd, the Lake Todd Village District, which has a dam at the end of it. And so there's an ability for those people that live on Lake Todd to maintain the dam and tax themselves, etc. But when you have multiple towns within a district, you don't have uniformity of regulation. The setback in Newbury may be 250 feet. It may be 200 feet in New London. Springfield will have a different one. This gives a mandate to one legal entity to coordinate all sorts of environmental protections. It will provide for consistent regulation for the towns within the watershed and consistent enforcement with the rules and regulations. It'll offer the ability to have prevention and planning for future. And as somebody said last year on the floor of the House, it does not provide for any new taxes. It is up to the members of that village district to decide what they want. It is the epitome of local control. If we want to protect our watershed, this is a method for doing it. This bill does not form a village district. This is only enabling legislation. From here, it goes forward to writing the rules and regulations of the district, to the procedures that will be employed to whether they want to allow taxing, whether they want to, somebody mentioned the lights in Kearsarge. It has to be all approved, and it can be modified this time or later on. But this is an enabling bill that allows those in those communities that front on a village district to enforce actions on themselves. If you're not in the village district, doesn't matter. You don't have the ability to enforce it. I'm asking you to approve this, and if need be, some modifications to my friend Steve Wolf, the concerns in there, maybe they should be addressed. But now is the opportunity to attack those various regulations that exist. And I'm open for questions, happy to answer any of them.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Wolf, for testifying. Can you talk about the concerns that were raised earlier of the water districts usurping zoning control from the local municipality?
I think, yes, whatever the town that approves the village district wants in there, they can put in there. But if they don't want zoning in there, they don't have the right to do it. If they don't want to have street lighting in there, they don't have to do it. It's a local control that whatever the town wants, they're designating a village district to handle a situation. As we have in our Lake Todd Village District, it's taken the work off the selectmen, and the commissioners of the Lake Todd Village District can tax them because the town said they could. They can repair the dam, and if there need to be a drawdown, they can do it. It does not involve the rest of the town. So I don't think you have to put what Mr. Wolf said in there.
So Representative, I have one question. Just for the record, are you related to the prior speaker, Stephen Wolf?
I believe he's with two Fs and I'm a one F.
Okay.
Oh. All these years and I never knew that.
We're just ski buddies.
And we do water ski together.
Any questions for Representative Wolf? Seeing no more, thank you, Representative Wolf.
Thank you, and I hope you'll give this due consideration.
Thank you. Now, is there any more to speak on HB 332? One more time, any other speakers on HB 332? Hearing none. I close the hearing on HB 332 and we'll start the hearing on HB 334 FN in about 3 minutes. Thank you. Oh, blue sheet. Representative Dupont, can you read the blue sheet on that? For and against?
For and 2 against.
Thank you very much. No, you just leave it there for now. You have no cards on 34, or do you have cards?
I don't have any cards for that, no.
You planned that out pretty well.
Well, that one I did.
Yeah.
There's nobody here. The one after that, there's
I
nobody
don't see,
here,
I don't even see the sponsor here.
which is why I'd like to make them closer, but then you never know.
Yeah.
Representative Lovett, is he Democrat or a Republican?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm looking at the list. I know there's a lot of Democrats here. I don't.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of and colleagues of the Resources Committee. I apologize in advance if my comments are a little bit ad hoc. I didn't realize I was going to be speaking on this bill today. But as a reminder, this committee saw this bill in the last term, I believe the last session, and it passed out of this committee. We heard last year that the comprehensive state development plan has not been actively updated recently, and there was the sponsor had suggested that it was in need of an update. In particular, this bill talks about adding in support for recognizing the environmental needs to add environmental needs to the state development plan, and also to recognize environmental threats. I have a couple of comments about those. First, the recreation generates over $325 million in tax revenue to the state every year. I meant to say tourism generates over $325 million, and outdoor recreation in particular adds $3.9 billion to the New Hampshire economy. That's as of a report that came out at the end of last year. A 2022 study indicates that for every dollar that's invested in tourism, we receive over $12 in tax revenue. So it's a very good investment to the state. Clearly, protecting the environment and water is essential to attracting visitors to the lake region and the mountains and the ocean front, and of course our beautiful forests. So this should be part of the state development plan. Secondly, as this committee is very familiar with, PFAS is pervasive across the state, particularly in the southern part of the state, but has been detected, as we just heard, throughout the state and impacts water supplies everywhere. Therefore, environmental protection, in order to make sure that we have the resources, the clean resources, water and air that we need, both for our residents and of course, for our tourism industry, is critical and should be part of the state development plan. And so, and this should not, we should not be reactive to those threats. And that's really what the second section, paragraph 14, subparagraph 14 talks about, is monitoring those environmental threats so that we don't have to be reactive. I'll point out that in addition to PFAS, there's been significant contamination with MTBE throughout the state that has cost, the state and well users throughout the state lots of consternation. And we want to avoid situations such as exist in Maine, where PFAS is really significantly polluted farmland, even to the point where, as an outdoorsman, you can't even hunt on some of those lands anymore because the PFAS contamination is so impacted based on the sludge, the PFAS in the sludge that was spread as fertilizer. 90% of our community water supplies have tested positive for PFAS, and 108 have exceeded the PFAS MCLs. And 46% of New Hampshire is on private wells. So being proactive with monitoring and evaluating threats to our public water affects everyone in the state and can't be handled at only a municipality level. So thank you very much for considering this bill. I will remind you again that it passed on a bipartisan basis last year out of this committee. And of course, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for pitch hitting. You did a great job. How often is the comprehensive state development plan updated?
My understanding from testimony last year is it's supposed to be updated, I think, on a 10-year basis, but has not been. And when there was a search for one of these, it was actually even hard to find it because it has not been recently updated. I don't have those numbers in front of me, and I I don't have my notes from last year, but I can get back to you with that information.
Representative Gould, welcome.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. You talked mainly about water. Are there any other things that are in there that would be looked at besides just water, like PFASs and that?
Thank you for the question, Representative Gould. So the second subparagraph 14 talks about environmental threats. I talked a lot about water because that's what we talk about in this committee, but it does specifically call out waste disposal, and so impacts from landfills, for example, as well as chemical and biological contamination. I'd say that on the natural resource support or inclusion in the development plan, it talks about lakes, rivers, estuaries, forests, wetlands, shorelands, coastal marshlands. So it's very comprehensive. I really focused on the parts apologetically that are most impactful to me and that I was going to ask questions about.
Anybody else for a question for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
In support of the bill, Andrea Lamoureux, New Hampshire Lakes.
Good morning again. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, President and Policy Advocate of New Hampshire Lakes. Again, we're a statewide nonprofit organization representing lake associations and lake enthusiasts throughout the state. And we are here in support of HB 334. And to keep it short, we're in support of it for all of the reasons that Representative Darby so nicely laid out. Ensuring the state has a coordinated plan to guide all state agencies will help regional and state agencies work together to restore and preserve the health of New Hampshire's lakes and rivers so they can maintain a healthy balance. Looking forward to the future, you have all learned here the threats our lakes are facing, and we don't know what threats they'll be facing in the future. So having that incorporated into the plan. My understanding is that the plan has not been updated for quite some time. But there may be some interest in updating the plan. But first, at least last year, the sponsor wanted to get this added to the plan so that when the plan is next updated, hopefully soon, the threats to the provisions of this bill would be included. So I know that was brief, but respecting your time, any questions?
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
And the last card I have, Elizabeth Harper, Lake Sunapee Protective Association, also in support of the bill.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Harper from the Lake Sunapee Protective Association, and we're here in support of 334, primarily because we think it's important to have a proactive approach to protecting our natural resources. They're fundamental to our economy, and we know from a lot of experience that it's much less expensive to proactively protect those resources. Trying to remediate later is extremely costly. So for many reasons, it makes sense that a proactive approach would be incorporated into the state development plan.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I don't have any more pink cards, but maybe there's some coming, so I'll call out any more testimony on HB 334FN. For the second call, anyone to speak on HB 334FN? Seeing no one approaching the speaker's table, I'll close the hearing on HB 334FN, and at 11:30 we'll open HB 393FN, and I have two cards for that at 11:30. Thank you.
Do we have a blue sheet for this?
The blue sheet,
Oh, yeah.
Representative DuPont will read the blue sheet. None against? Okay, thank you, Representative. And we'll reconvene at 11:30. Let me say that again for the record. I'm calling the hearing on HB 393 FN to order. It's after 11:30. And to introduce the bill, Representative Taylor. Representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. On behalf of Representative Jonathan Smith, I would like to introduce House Bill 393 FN involving boat moorings. Others will speak to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Assume there's no questions for the representative. He's not going to answer them anyways. Speaking in support of the bill, Captain Dunleavy, Marine Patrol.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Resources Committee. My name is Tim Dunleavy, and I'm here this morning representing the Department of Safety, Marine Patrol. We are in support of this bill that you have before you today. And if I could just take a quick moment to describe to you the issue that has arisen. New Hampshire law requires on 7 of our inland bodies of water, there are, if you wish to place a mooring in the water to house your boat overnight, long-term, you are required to have a permit. Lake Ossipee, in this case, happens to be one of them. Lake Winnipesaukee, all our larger lakes, Winnipesaukee, Winnisquam, Squam, Newfound, Sunapee, Ossipee, Bow, and Pleasant Lake in Deerfield. We are seeing a phenomena where boats are employing devices from their boats that allow them to be stored without employing anchors or the use of a mooring. And as a result, this niche device is not fitting into the definition of a mooring, and therefore they are slipping through a loophole in the definition. Essentially, these devices, which you'll see in the language is referred to as spuds, which are basically piles that are in collars mounted to the sides of maybe barges or pontoon boats that are dropped into the water, typically with a cable system on all 4 corners, and it holds the boat in place. We're also seeing devices known as sea legs, which is a brand name, particularly on pontoon boats, where basically aluminum stilts are bolted to the bottom of the pontoons and with a hydraulic system deploy these legs that lift the pontoon boat up and out of the water along the water's edge. And folks are using these when they do not have a permit or are not able to get a permit under the conditions that the mooring laws require. And they're leaving their boats on station, and right now it's legal because of the loophole in the definition. This bill would simply close that loophole. Many times, particularly with property owner associations, lake associations, condo associations, back property owners who may live a mile away but have beach rights are oftentimes, by definition, are not able to get a mooring. They're not a shorefront property owner. And in the case of maybe a condo association, the condo may have 100 units, but governor and council have only approved them for, say, 20 moorings based on the width of their frontage. So folks are employing these devices to avoid getting the mooring permit and still be able to have their boat on our public waters. We have a problem on Pleasant Lake in New London, where people are crossing town property, the town library, and have moorings in the lake in front of other people's shore frontage. But because they can access the public water without trespassing, we can't do anything about it. So this bill comes before you. We are in support. There is one unintended consequence in the current language, and I've spoken with Representative Smith, as well as the marine construction industry. The barges and the work that they do from their platforms for their excavators and cranes and so on do employ the use of the term spuds in the definition. And so we would suggest that perhaps this bill be amended to exempt those marine construction folks who are engaged in trade and are on a job site with the shorefront property owner's permission to be exempt from this bill. I'm happy and would be welcome to entertain any questions you may have.
Any questions for the captain? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain Dunleavy, for taking my question. I want to make sure I understand this bill correctly. Section 1 of the bill extends the definition of, appears to extend the definition of mooring to include spuds and lifts. And then Section 2 says that you can't use spuds or lifts in lieu of a permitted mooring. So what I think I'm interpreting this to be is that you can use spuds and lifts, but you need a mooring permit to do that.
That's correct. And it is very obvious to boaters and Marine Patrol when a person is using these types of devices on a sandbar for the day to go swimming instead of deploying an anchor. That's an obvious different intent and use of these devices. It's the fact that they are leaving them on a routine basis overnight for the night, unoccupied, and in some cases for the entire season that we're looking to prohibit.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for taking my question. You just pointed out the concern that I've heard among some fishermen, bass fishermen that use, sometimes they call them spuds, sometimes they call them some other things, but they basically are the same thing. They basically plant the device. In reading the text of the RSA, I don't see anywhere where a mooring is for overnight. And so I wonder if there needs to be some clarification that this doesn't affect those categories that you just described, which are, people mooring, people effectively anchoring for the day, but using these devices to anchor for the day, or in particular fishermen that are just like setting up outside of, a shoal or something like that.
Thank you for the question. I think a simple use of the term occupied would make all the difference in the world. And define, if you want to define occupied as the boat's owner or occupants being within a certain distance of the boat, whatever we may come up with, certainly clears that up. There are laws already on our books that prohibit overnight mooring, and that's what we're seeing with these devices.
Any questions? I have one, Captain. You mentioned that perhaps an amendment to exempt marine construction. I know when we deal with the DOT, they always want an exception for any state vehicles doing any work, and what if they're out there working on dams or something? Should that amendment include some reference to the state?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely, that would be fine. We've done that with seasonal platforms that came before this committee a couple of years ago, where we exempted folks who were engaged in marine construction, bridge work, even doing biological studies and surveys of our water conditions. So that certainly goes beyond the intent of this bill. And perhaps even mentioning, so that there is no confusion, although the permitting requirements are different, we may want to say, instead of public waters, mention inland waters, because as we know, the seacoast and moorings are a whole different game on our coastal waters.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you, Captain. Appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time.
In support of the bill, Judith Erickson, homeowner.
Thank you, honorable members, for taking my comments. Judith Erickson, my husband and I are part of a family trust that owns property at 60 Deer Cove Road, Ossipee, New Hampshire. And our neighbors, the Buswells, are also joining us in my comments. Our two deeds have an easement in favor of people behind us who historically came to the camp before the houses were sold individually, and so they have an easement of 8 feet to the beach. This does not qualify them for a mooring, but one of the people behind us has been using the integral boat lifts to park his boat for the entire season in front of the easement. He knows he can't get a mooring permit, but he is happy to tell you how smart he is in getting around the mooring laws. So our concern is that he has also stated his intent to acquire more property and park more boats there. We also observe that there's a proliferation of boats on sea legs around Lake Ossipee. You know, when someone has one mooring, you can tell pretty easily that they've got another one outside of the regulations. But there's a lot of condo associations, and it's in those areas we see a lot of proliferation of boats on sea legs. You know, 7 moorings, 10 moorings, who's counting? It's hard to enforce that. We're also concerned that we know our neighbors have been historically renting out their docks and their moorings, and contrary to the regulations, partly because the property taxes on beachfront property are really high. And so we fully expect that people would try to offset their property taxes by either renting their docks, or in this case, renting their beach access, because really, as long as you have access, as the state policeman said in the case of the library crossing, anyone could put a boat on sea legs anywhere in the water, so long as they can walk through the water to some access. And so if people decide to allow that access, and this situation is not covered by the mooring law, then really any number of boats could be anywhere. And that's our concern. So we don't in any way want to hamper people fishing at all. That's not our problem. Our problem is with the boats that we see consistently parked for the entire season on sea legs next to the shore, sometimes in front of other people's property. And that's the situation we would like to have more fully captured in the mooring laws, which is the intent of the law, is to regulate and limit the number of boats and to keep it safe. And the more boats there are, the more traffic and collisions there's likely to be. So we support a change in the law to include this situation as a mooring so that it can be regulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for our speaker? Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
your testimony. Thank you. And my last pink card, also speaking in favor but suggesting an amendment on New Hampshire Marine Trades Association, Jody Grimbliss. Jody.
Thank you all. My name is Jody Grimbliss, and I represent the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. The Marine Trades Association is a business group, dealer group. The marinas, boat dealers across the state belong and work towards the benefit of our lakes and the industry. We saw this bill and had talked to Marine Patrol, didn't have any concerns about it, but we did get a concern as Captain Dunleavy said, from our marine contractor members. One of the members couldn't be here today, so he asked me just to bring up, we'd love to see the amendment that's being talked about. When they're doing work on someone's property, they use these spuds for their barges to bring out the various equipment and expertise that they need to make those fixes, and they feel that this would potentially prohibit that, and that would be a concern for them. So if there's a way to make sure that we're carving out that commercial application, we would ask that that be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Any questions for the speaker?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. And if I could ask Captain Dunleavy, since you're still here, a question. Who do you think is going to be submitting the amendment? Or did you know?
So, right, I don't know. I had a conversation with Representative Smith, who was absolutely open to the idea, but there wasn't any conversation as to how that would come.
How's it going to come about? Okay. Just
But if there's any way we can provide some assistance, certainly let us know.
okay. Thank you. I have no more pink cards. Anybody have a pink card they didn't turn in yet?
Representative Smith, see if we can get some.
Yeah, for the record, Jody Grimbliss said she'd be happy to work with the captain and then maybe the representative that made the initial presentation so that we could have an amendment. Remember, we're going to exec this bill in a week, so it would be nice to get that in so we can talk about the amendment next week. Thank you both. Seeing nobody else approaching the speaker's desk or filling out any pink cards, I'm going to declare the hearing on HB 393 FN closed and will return at 1 o'clock for the hearing on HB 422 FN.
Can we just get the blue sheet?
And the blue sheet again. Representative DuPont. You're our blue sheet man today. 5-4, none against. Okay, thank you, Representative. And that's it, so we'll see you all back at 1 o'clock. That wasn't too bad.
No.
Little
Thank you. Right there, two of them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is after 1 o'clock. I'm going to call the hearing on HB 422 FN to order. And our prime sponsors here with us again, Representative Rung.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee. And just for the record, my name is Rosemary Rung. I represent Hillsborough 12, which is the town of Merrimack. And this may be a jinx, but HB 422 is essentially a housekeeping bill. Back in 1991, when the Shoreline Water Quality Protection Act was put into statute, it called for a $5,000 fines. And understanding and observing what I do in the Lakes region when I'm there, $5,000 really isn't a deterrent. People spend that on the drawer pulls for their kitchen. So I went into the Department of Labor Statistics has a CPI calculator to find out what that $5,000 would be in today's dollars. And it comes out back in November when I ran the calculation, it came out to $11,709.65. So when I was drafting this legislation, I rounded that up to $15,000. And it still gives Superior Court, DES, they don't have to go that high. It's just raising the ceiling of where they can go. And as I mentioned in as I've mentioned before, a lot of times this types of legislation, it's not one of the purposes of it is also just to drive a culture of lake stewardship. So when people see, wow, this is a $15,000 fine, or I can't do this anymore, it creates a culture where people are going to take more individual responsibility for their behaviors around lakes. And if they know that, wow, I could get hit for $15,000 if I do this, it's a stronger deterrent than $5,000 is. And that's really what this is doing. It's really trying to draw a line in the sand that violating the Shoreline Water Quality Protection Act is not something that is going to be facilitated or acceptable to the state, that it's important enough to comply that if you don't comply, there's going to be a lot of negative repercussions. And one of them is that you're at risk of being fined up to $15,000. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Gould.
Would you like?
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for taking my question. And somebody asked me actually to ask you this type of question. Maybe the person does not know, the laws involved here. But for example, if there were leaves near the border of the water, or the person put in a rock to put so that turtles can go on the rock and sunbathe. If, say, you had a neighbor that didn't like you very much, and they said, oh, they're doing something. Is something like that applicable to all these laws or not?
Yeah, I'd have to review the Shoreline Water Quality Protection Act. I know that there is someone here from DES, Darlene Force, who could probably, she's here to answer any questions if anyone has. So she could probably address that. But as far as, having that neighbor interaction, I know that I know many people that live on lakes, and if they were seeing a neighbor starting up a chainsaw to clear cut their boundary with the water, their shoreline, they would say, did you know that's against the law? And you could be fined just an administrative fine up to $15,000. That person may not even know, but it does, like I said, establish that culture. It gives lake stewards an opportunity to reiterate to their neighbors that there's penalties for violating that act. And I think $15,000 gets people's attention more than, in today's dollars, than $5,000 does. I don't know if that answers your question. But there's different things in the Shoreline Protection Act. And as I said, I would expect that if DES was called on a complaint like that, they would exercise good judgment on what's valid. This isn't compulsory on the part of the department or the courts to issue it. They could waive a fine, but it does give them latitude to go higher than the existing fine limit does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Representative
Thank you,
DuPont.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Have there been violations in the past where people just wanted it, like it was worth paying the $5,000 fine to get my trees cleared out? That's stupid, and then say, oh, gee, I didn't know, well, it's worth $5,000 to get the trees out.
I would ask Ms. Force to address that, but anecdotally, I do know of one situation where a lake resident, he was allowed to build his own septic system, design and build his own septic system. And last term, we actually changed the law to disallow people from doing that, that it had to be approved by DES. And it was draining on his neighbor's property, but that neighbor spent tens of thousands of dollars on legal fees. And finally, after a few years, DES came in and did fine. And under that current law, he was allowed to do that. I forget what it was. Representative, you might remember, we used to allow licensed contractors to be able to design and build their own septic systems. And you had to be a New Hampshire resident. And that went away, but when it was still in force, this person definitely flaunted it, and he did get fined. But it took a while, and it took a lot of money on the part of the neighbor in private legal fees. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you,
Okay, thank you.
Representative.
And I have my written remarks, which I'll.
In support of the bill, Elizabeth Harper, Lake Sunapee Protective Association. 1 minute.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Harper. I'm the Executive Director of the Lake Sunapee Protective Association, and our mission as an organization is to preserve and enhance the environmental integrity of the Lake Sunapee region. The Shoreland Water Quality Protection Act is an incredibly important tool in protecting water quality for lakes, ponds, and streams. I think Representative DuPont's question was a good one, and I can tell many stories of sort of how these penalties are perceived in our watershed and in our lakes. I've heard contractors and homeowners refer to this type of a fine of $5,000 as the cost of doing business. I've had people with very good intentions who are even members of our organization and want to do the best for water quality who have said, well, if you want to cut down more trees, you just have to pay a fee, right? So they don't understand that it's illegal and that they're actually being fined because something's illegal. So adding more teeth to this by increasing the penalty makes it so much easier for us to educate the public and everyone that we're working with, homeowners, contractors, zoning board, planning board members, about the fact that this is really important, and to have the backing of the state to say, yes, there are fines and this is a penalty. It's not just a fee that you can pay if you want to cut more trees down, I think is very important. So we're in support of HB 422 to increase the penalties.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also in favor, Andrea Lamoureux, New Hampshire Lakes.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, President and Policy Advocate of New Hampshire Lakes. As you've heard, our mission is to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. We're here to speak in support of this bill. We are in support of the bill for all of the reasons that Representative Rung and Elizabeth Harper just shared with you. And I just wanted to point out that this would just enable the Department of Environmental Services to fine up to $15,000. We understand and appreciate that the department really doesn't like to fine folks. They really like to do an education first approach. And my understanding is that the department would work very closely with someone who violated the law because maybe they didn't know, work with that person to help correct the problem without fining. My understanding is that it would be helpful to the department to have potentially an increased fine to work with those folks who don't cooperate with the department. And so in sum, we do think that providing the department with the ability to do an increased fine would serve as a deterrent to more folks to knowingly violate the law. And to reiterate what Elizabeth Harper said, we are aware statewide of organizations reporting to us instances in which folks may not be deterred because they think it's just a fee they might get assessed for doing something not in compliance with the act. So with that, we urge you to support this housekeeping bill. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Darlene, I don't see that you filled out a pink card. Did you want to speak, or are you just here to answer questions? If there are any.
Darlene Force, DES. The department's not taking a formal position, but we were happy to answer questions if anybody had them.
Does anyone have a question? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Sorry, I need to get my questions. Can you give me examples of how frequent, or can you let me know how frequently the department currently issues penalties or fines, I guess, for violating the Shoreline Protection Act, as opposed to working with the homeowner to correct the situation?
The last time that I'm aware of us imposing a shoreland fine was in fact in 2013. This body helped us to correct a flaw in our fine authority last year. That modification to the statute, which will allow us to fine people again, went into effect on January 1st. So we haven't exactly had a lot of opportunity, but it is because fining someone does not actually achieve an environmental outcome. It does not improve water quality. As we testified last year, our purpose for fines is leverage when we have someone who is not compliant. Frequently it is, if you do not comply, this would be the fine. The fine is held in abeyance. That would be the standard policy for the way the department typically uses fines in other programs. It's leverage. It doesn't fix anything.
Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Does this have any impact on restoration costs to DES?
I'm not sure what you mean by restoration costs to DES.
It mentions a party not conforming to do restoration, they may be fined. So I assume that DES would go ahead with those restorations and seek restitution. Am I mistaken?
DES does not have the capacity to conduct the restoration ourselves. We would typically require that the person who committed the violation completes the submits a restoration plan for approval and then completes that restoration. Where fines would become a factor is if they refuse to submit a restoration plan or refuse to engage in restoration, or if the damage done is irreparable. So it doesn't affect any cost on restoration to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just mentioned that it was back in 2013 was the last time you gave a fine out for $5,000?
2013 was the last time we fined anyone anything in Shoreland.
So I guess my question is, do you feel that increasing this will enable you to find more people?
It will not make any difference in our ability to find people. It's just a matter of the size of the leverage that we can bring to bear in the future when our ability to, if it becomes necessary to use that leverage, it's a bigger stick.
Thank you.
Any new questions? Hearing none, I'll go back to Representative Darby.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Forrest, for the question, taking my question. You mentioned that the cases, I think I understood the cases where DES would fine is if the owner refused to perform the restoration or if the damage was irreparable. So can you describe an example of the irreparable damage that where there would be a fine?
Which is a little bit difficult because we do have some active cases, so I'll generalize. Where you are dealing, for instance, with steep slopes and an individual who had the ability to retain woodland buffer and who had a permit for a limited amount of clearing to replace and rebuild a home might, say, exceed their clearance, not maintain proper construction or stabilization practices, lose control of their slopes, wipe out the entire lot, work through the cease and desist order for 8 months. And possibly violate the consent agreement a year later would be a nice opportunity to have the extra leverage to say this could become costly if you continue your behavior.
Anyone else? Thank you. Appreciate you testifying. I have no more pink cards. Is there anyone else to testify on HB 422 FN? Seeing none, I'll close this hearing. And at 1:45, we'll open the hearing on HB 449. So we have about 20 minutes. Oh, the blue sheet.
We had 6 pro.
6 pro, none against. Thank you. It's about 1:46. I'm going to open the hearing on HB 449, requiring water districts to provide a water filtration system to residential customers in certain cases. And I call on the prime sponsor, Representative McGuire, who's going to talk to us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. And this bill is a result of a situation we have in Epsom, but I didn't write it just for Epsom because I wrote it in a more general way, because I can't imagine that somehow, you know, the other 250 communities in the state, there might be someone who finds themselves in a similar situation and could make use of this. So so I'll have to tell the story of what's going on. So Epsom's about 5,000 people, which means we have maybe 2,000, 2,500 households. And of those, 300 are on a water district, and the rest all have individual wells. So a very small part of the town, maybe 15% or so, is in this water district. And it tends to be the smaller, more compact area of town. And this particular water district has 2 wells that they pump water from. One is next to Route 4. So, and I don't know what they have, 50,000 cars a day or something, no problems at all. The other well is next to our school, and it's been testing a little too high for PFAS. So it apparently the limit on PFAS is 12 parts per trillion, and this well is right around there, or something so it's been failing the PFAS test. And when I asked DES, why is the one near the busy road no problem and the one near the school, when there's never been any industrial activity, failing for PFAS, they said, well, we really don't know. Maybe they wax their floors too much, you know, in the school. So so that's one problem. And so the question is what to do about it. And basically, DES, there's a slight complication, because this particular well and its well house doesn't have room for the PFAS filter. The PFAS filter would cost roughly $1 million, and it's pretty sizable. And so, and the other problem is this particular well is in an area where 20 years ago we had a flood, and the flood caused the river to change. And rather than put a dam in to put the river where it used to be, the river was allowed to meander somewhere else. And the net consequence is this well is now in a floodplain, okay, that it didn't used to be in, but it is now. And so it's not, that should be fixed too, right? I mean, the well house, the pump house for this well needs to be moved elsewhere because it's in a floodplain. So the proposal from DES to the water district is build yourself a new pump house up the hill somewhere else, reroute the pipes to the pump house and back to your water system. Make the pump house big enough to have all the PFAS filtering. Bottom line, $6 million. Okay. Well, $6 million for 300 customers, that's a lot of money, right? That's $20,000 a piece. And what DES says is, we'll lend you the $6 million, 30-year mortgage, low interest, et cetera, and we will forgive 60% of that loan, because we got federal money, we got state money, we got various things. And so your cost for this is only $2.5 million. So that's not bad, right? But if you work out the numbers, the people in this particular water district, their normal water bill today is roughly $100 a quarter, and that would go to something between $200 and $250 a quarter, right? So we're talking about more than 100% increase in their water bills, and they're understandably not happy about that. And so what the purpose of this bill is to give them an alternative. Because when I asked DES, so the way this works is they would have to borrow the $6 million, they would have to vote to borrow the $6 million, right? So the people who are in this water district, they have an elected board and that sort of stuff. So they have annual votes. So the board will propose to them, let's borrow the money and here's the consequences and so on. But the question is, what happens if they vote no, right? Because now you've got a non-complying system with the PFAS not quite meeting the PFAS requirements, and it's in the floodplain. And so according to DES, what happens in that case is they shut down the system. They basically take the system away from the elected board, give it to somebody else. The somebody else will borrow the money and then charge the people for the $6 million, the same deal, but it would happen. So basically they're given a vote, but it doesn't matter which way you vote because at the end of the day, it's going to happen the way DES wants it. That's the state of the law today as I understand it. So this bill is to give them an alternative. So what's expensive about this partly is moving the well house out of the floodplain, and that may or may not be urgent, right? It's been in this same spot for decades and working okay and all that. But also the PFAS issue. And the problem is it's expensive to reduce every drop of water coming out of this well to less than 12 parts per trillion of PFAS, right? So it's only crucial for what you drink, right? It's what you drink that counts. You could wash your car with it as is. You could, wash your clothes, your body, water your lawn, all this sort of stuff. With the water as it is, perfectly fine. So what the bill says is if you find yourself in the situation where your water is not potable, right? So you can't drink it, but it's otherwise okay, and you vote not to accept a fixed solution proposed by DES, then you'll have an alternative, which is that you buy everyone in all of your customers a filter for their kitchen, right, for their drinking water and their cooking water that would solve the problem for that water. So we estimate in this case that instead of a $6 million cost, the cost of 300 such filters that would only be good enough for drinking water and not for every drop of water, that would be under $1 million. So it'd be much more cost effective. And so at least the point is, if the bill passes, at least they have a choice, right? They can get the full-blown $6 million solution, or they can get this other solution. And I don't think that this solution with the individual filters is so horrible, because it's exactly what I have at my house and have had for close to 20 years, right? Because the water that I get I have an individual well, but the water that comes up from it is not, it doesn't meet drinking water standards as they exist today. And so I have a water softener that keeps my plumbing fixtures from looking orange, but I also have a drinking water filter in my kitchen because I don't want as much arsenic or whatever it is that's in the water. So this is a common sort of situation that I've lived with for, like I said, close to 20 years. I'm sure many, many other people do the same thing. Anybody who has an individual well has to have, drinking water filters. So that's all we're asking. We're sort of saying, let's give them an alternative, because the costs, over time, these requirements are getting stricter and stricter. And guess what? The cost of that goes up, and eventually, it gets unaffordable. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Representative Nab.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My town has PFAS. I have a PFAS filtration system in my house. So, my question to you is, yeah, if you make this requirement that the water district has to put this filtration system in the house, but there's no requirement that the filtration system is serviced from that point forward, aren't you sort of taking away the water system from those 300 houses? Because in a year, it's on them to test if they have PFAS, if the filtration system's still working, if they don't service it ever, there's no guarantee about their water quality. So you've sort of made your water district defunct
I understand.
through this.
Thank you for the question. So I'm going to ask you a question in a moment because I'm curious how much you paid for your home system. But anyway, here's the thing. A water system for a house consists somewhere of a well, a pump who gives you pressure, and some kind of filter, right? And so what this bill is sort of saying is it's okay if all that stuff isn't necessarily of industrial size and owned by the water district, right? It's okay if what the water district is providing you with is pretty good water, but not absolutely perfect water, right? Not drinkable water necessarily, but it's good, I mean, like I said, you can use it for 95% of the uses. So the people that have this system and would have to maintain it themselves would be in, like I said, exactly the same situation I'm in and most of my town is in. So I just think, yes, they're not getting the exact same service they are now, right? But they're getting pretty close to it. And I don't think that's unreasonable.
Follow up.
Thank you. So I guess my question back to you is it okay? Because what are the laws around a water district and what a water district is providing? Is it okay for them to be providing water that is essentially non-potable?
Well, it would be passing this, I believe, right? So that's what this says. This says that's okay, right? So this would be part of our law, et cetera. So I think it is. Are you saying, if you're asking, is there some other area of law that this bill should also change, right? That says, except for RSA, whatever it is, 31:139, I don't think so. I mean, the drafter didn't find such a section. So, but maybe you're right. I don't know.
So maybe sorry, do you mind?
One more. And
Okay.
We have to move on.
So I guess so maybe that is missing because it doesn't seem to me that this legislation gives you the right to now offer people a lower quality of water. And that seems like what you're going to have a water district that provides water that is potentially not passing DES standards. And I don't see that in here. I see that you're going to provide a filtration. That's an option to have in-home filtration systems rather than a water district filtration system that is not then serviced going forward.
Yeah. Again, thank you for the question, but I think this does say that this situation is okay, and if it isn't, then I'll work on an amendment or something. But my point is, we're trying overall to get people to drinking water at a reasonable cost, right? I mean, people don't have unlimited amounts of money. So they need to get water, obviously. They need to get water to drink, obviously. But the overall cost ought to be as reasonable as possible, right? And my experience with my own home system is I do have to maintain it myself. I do regularly have to change filters and clean it and things like that. But it's at least with my filter, it's fairly obvious when I have to because the flow rate of water gets lower and lower and you have to do it, or you can do it just on an annual basis. But it's perfectly doable. It's like maintaining anything else in your house, right? I mean, you got water heaters, you got furnaces, you got et cetera, et cetera. There's lots of systems in a house that need maintenance. So I don't think it's unreasonable.
Representative, we have a speaker. The next speaker's from DES, and I think he might be able to address your question specifically. Representative Ryan,
Thank you for
one at a time.
one. Thank you. Okay. Do you water your garden with the non-filtered water?
Yes, but I don't. So first of all, the water that comes into my house goes through a pretty serious what is it called? Water softener, right? So the stuff that comes into my house is heavy iron and other stuff. So it'd be orange and all that. But that is the water that goes to hoses and things like that. So, you know, I mean, it's the characteristic of the groundwater. That's what it is. But I personally am not much of a gardener. So, you know, I mean, I'm not growing tomatoes or whatever.
You had a follow-up?
Thank you. A totally unrelated question. What do you propose would happen if there's new construction in your town? Are they going to have to be provided with a filtration system in their house, or
Yes, thank you for the
how do we deal
question.
with this in the future down the road?
Yes, thank you for the question. So there's this area of town is all built up. So it's essentially unlikely that there will be many new customers coming onto this particular water system unless somehow it was extended somewhere else. But and so it would be a similar situation to, again, somebody building a house, right? Somebody building a house has to test their water, has to put in a system that works for it, and so on, right? So again, the people who would hook up to this system would say, oh, you know, this water, and part of the bill, I think, says they have to tell you that the water is not drinkable on a fairly frequent basis. And so anybody who built a new house that happened to be connected to the system would know that, yes, I need to put in such a filter in my house.
Representative Taylor, then Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking the question. What's going to happen with the high school and other nearby townhome facilities?
Yes, thank you for the question. So it's not a high school, it's an elementary school, but yeah. And there are some businesses. The way I wrote the bill is for commercial and municipal facilities, it's up to them to add whatever filtration or other solutions they want, right? They could go to bottled water, they could go to individual filters, they could go to a filter for their whole facility. But I put this on them rather than on the water district, because I think in general, a municipal or commercial activity has maybe a better maintenance plan and better resources to do this kind of thing.
Representative David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So if these systems are mandated, what would happen if somebody in town refuses to put a system in? Is there a penalty? Is there, what would happen?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think you would not be forcing somebody to do it. I don't know that I wrote it perfectly for that scenario. I think I said that the water system will give them the system, but maybe somebody won't let them in, they drop it off, and it's there, now it's their problem. So it's the same sort of thing as if somebody built a house and dug a well and just started drinking the water and never put in a filter, right? I mean, it's on them, basically.
Yep.
One more.
Thank you. So when you test for radon, which I know is totally separate, it's very important that it's below a certain number of picocuries per liter. So when you take a shower, that gets emitted into the atmosphere. Would you need that for your shower as well, that filter?
Yeah, I'm not qualified to answer that question.
All right. Thank you.
Before we go around for a second question from some of the representatives, I had one question for you. You did mention in the beginning, you didn't make this specific to your town and your district. You made this to the entire state. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Yes, it's written in a general way. Any water district, well, they would have to have a water district, right? But it's
Any water district.
but it could be any water district that decides to do this. Yes.
First Representative Neb, then Representative Darby.
Okay, thank you for taking my question again. And this is sort of, I think I've wrapped my head around what you're trying to do, so bear with me if so you're essentially would like to create a bifurcated path for water for your water district where you are providing non-potable water as a water district. People are now responsible essentially once the filtration system is installed for their own potable water.
Yes.
Is that what you're trying to do here? Okay. And follow up? It's quick. Have you talked to your water district about this? I mean, is this something that they're supportive of, or do you have any sense of that?
Yes, the reason I'm here is I was contacted by the water district, and they said $6 million. You know, it's like, and bills doubling and all this sort of stuff, right? So, isn't there some kind of alternative? And at first, I mean, I'll tell you what they want, right? They want somebody else to pay the $6 million, right? I mean, what would you expect, right? But, you know, because I'm on the finance committee, can't you find us more money, you know? That sort of thing. And the problem is we don't have more money. So this is an alternative that again, it creates an alternative, but where right now there is none, basically. You have to spend the Cadillac version, when maybe you want, the Hyundai version or something. Yeah. So,
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative McGuire, for taking my question. Looking at the water district statutes, there's an elected board of commissioners, and then it says that the municipalities, and there's a set of criteria that they can control, what they can actually charge to the water district, and then that the municipality is responsible for budgeting. One of the things given to the authorities given to the commissioners is the ability for direction of the water district. Why can't they propose this as the warrant article rather than having to have a statute for it?
Yes, thank you for the question. Again, just my understanding from talking to DES, and I'm sure they're here, you can talk to them yourself, is that if my town refuses the solution that they offer, then they will simply shut down the water district for not meeting standards, right? And so, and therefore give it to somebody else who will create the standard, will follow the standards. So we do need something to say, it's okay to be a little short of the standards, right? At that point, at the point at which your water enters your house. But you're not going to be shy of the standards at the point you're drinking the glass, right? So that's the whole point of it.
Representative Ryan.
Thank you for taking my question. Is the water district responsible for providing potable water to the school?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, the water district does provide water to the school. Again, right now, they're drinking 12 parts per trillion PFAS, right? Because it's the well's right there, the situation's in flux. But, and by this bill, it would then become the responsibility of the school. Essentially, the water would be unchanged, right? The water that's going into the school would be the same water it is now. But it would be up to the school to fix it, right, for themselves, rather than the water district fixing it, if you see what I mean.
Thank you.
We'll go again to Representative Davis, then back to Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McGuire. So being new on this committee, forgive me if this is a silly question, but the cost of this is just to the people inside the water district. If you have a private well and you're outside of that area, you don't have the burden of this.
Yes, thank you for the question. But the answer is yes. in every case, it's only the water district. It's never the town that's going to pay or anything like that. It's the people who are in the are customers of the water district. So if, for example, they went with, and they could vote to decide we want the $6 million solution, right? And in that case, because the school is one of the customers of this water, their water bill is going to double. And so therefore the taxpayers of the whole town would pay more for that portion, right? So only in that sense do people outside the water district pay, right? But, that's it should be understandable. Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. When will this vote take place?
I thank you for the question. I think it's in March as part of the regular town elections.
I don't see any hands from the representatives. So,
She coming back to the well for the fourth time over there, I think.
one more.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You still didn't answer my question.
I'm going to let the chair decide whether I can answer the question. That's not
All right.
right.
Sorry.
I paid almost $5,000, but DES paid for most of it. I feel like if this bill was to go forward, the phrase "the legislative body" needs to be clarified that it's the district's legislative body, because when I first read it, I thought it meant the state. I don't know if that's the issue anyone else had, but I just put that out there.
Yeah, again, thanks for the question, but that's the way it was drafted, and I think it's proper, but I could be wrong.
And I'm not going to take any more questions for
Okay.
the representative. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Yes.
you coming to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I have to leave, but my own committee's meeting at this time. So.
Yeah, I knew you had to leave. Brandon Kernan from New Hampshire DES. With a handout.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Brandon Kernan. I'm the administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau at DES, and we're here to testify on House Bill 449. One of the tasks of the Bureau that I administrate is to regulate public water systems in the state, and the governing statutes are really two sets. There's a Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, and then there's the State Safe Drinking Water Act. I would say the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act drives probably about 90% of what we do, with the state tweaking maybe the other 10%. What Representative McGuire is trying to do is to be commended. He's trying to solve a very expensive problem for PFAS. Now that EPA now has a standard of 4 parts per trillion that we'll be enforcing in the future years, we could have up to $500 million in costs for public water systems across the state to comply. Simply stated, 1 in 6 people will be drinking water over that standard in our state. And so it is a big cost. Unfortunately, the bill, House Bill 449, is not possible due to the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. They have very specific requirements on drinking water quality standards for each end user, be it a business, a school, or a home. The water has to meet drinking water standards for all those entities. It has to be tested on a regular basis. The treatment systems have to be maintained and overseen by certified operators. And so it's just not possible because it would violate the federal statutes that we administer. Also, our state statutes right now don't really have provisions for this either. I will say, I caveat that EPA's Safe Drinking Water Act does allow what they call point of use filter, sort of what Representative McGuire is talking about. But there are some very strict standards that makes it so it can almost never be complied with. Essentially, every user of a water system has to sign an illegal agreement that the water system can enter their facility, maintain the filter, install the filter, test the filter a couple times a year. And if one person that's part of that system doesn't agree, that's not an option. Also, although that filter may be relatively inexpensive, even if you multiply it by a factor of 100 or 300 initially, think about PFAS, where you have to test twice a year for $200 to $500 a sample. Again, needing to get into everyone's home. So these point of use regulations, which New Hampshire is one of the only few that have even adopted across the states, and I reference it in the letter, it's EMV DW 723, are only really good when you have really small water systems, like a 20-unit condo or a 15-unit mobile home park, and where there can be bylaws that mandates anyone living there allows access to the building. Because again, if that falls apart, all of a sudden you fall out of compliance and you're back to where you were, needing to put in centralized treatment. Representative McGuire is right, the costs are high right now, but water systems would be very smart to move right now because there's a lot of loan forgiveness from the federal government that will not be here in 2 or 3 years. So the time is now to make these improvements, even if they are costly. In the case of Epson, he makes a good point. You know, doubling the rate from $400 a year to $800 a year is a big change, but 400 is a really low water rate to begin with. And I'm not trying to sound unsympathetic. I know it's a big jolt, but a water rate of $800 a year is not unusual or unreasonable across the state to have safe drinking water. It's a lot cheaper than most people's annual cell phone bills. As far as the concept of getting everyone off on the right foot and having a filter installed as if you're a private well owner and then leaving it to the end user to maintain, that's problematic because experience shows with private well users, these filters get quickly abandoned. They don't get tested because of the hundreds of dollars and the logistics. They don't have vendors come out and service them because it's expensive and inconvenient, or people forget about it. And so it is implausible. I guess the last thing to mention that if it were not for the federal MCL for PFAS, it might have been possible to change state law to allow this to be a remedy for something we only have a state standard for, but that's not the case with PFAS anymore. We have a federal standard, so it's not an option, but that change would need to occur in the Safe Drinking Water Act. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think we think it's a good idea, but as it's proposed now, it affects just water districts, and there's lots of different water systems out there. There's water districts, there's municipal systems, there's private homeowner associations. All told, there's 2,500 different water systems in the state that fall into different types of categories. So the language would have to change. I guess a couple other things we point out in our letter that would want to be addressed, and if this was even possible, but again, it's not because it's regulated at the federal level, is who installs the filter systems is important. The bill talked about the filter system providing 2 gallons a day. That might be enough for drinking water, but it doesn't talk about the capacity of the filter, how long it needs to last. That could be a little refrigerator filter that lasts 30 days, where you clearly want something that would last much longer than that. And so for all those reasons, and even the public notification requirements in here, which are redundant, which were already done under the Safe Drinking Water Act, I think you just want to consider those things. But again, we don't take a position because it's not going to modify how we regulate water systems, but I just want to let you know some of the inconsistencies, and I don't think it'll achieve the intended objective of complying with the Safe Drinking Water Act and avoiding the $6 million in treatment costs.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Donnelly, then Representative Darby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm looking at this and saying, who enacts whether or not this happens? Is it the town, or is it the person in the home that says we want to do this? I'm unclear if this did pass, if this went through. Who says I get to choose whether or not we're going to either do a entire system that takes care of all these wells versus, oh, we're going to give everyone a filter? Who makes that decision?
How they comply with the act ultimately is the water system's choice, but they can't choose an option that doesn't comply with state and federal law. And so DES, if that was proposed to us as a corrective action plan to put in 300 separate filters with no long-term plan, no legal agreements, no testing plans, we would say that's insufficient and you're still in violation. And to go to Representative McGuire's point about what happens if you don't comply, since I've been at the state for almost 2.5 decades at this point, and I've only seen us take receivership one time for a water system. You can talk to the industry. We work really hard with the water systems to get cooperation. It might take a year, 2 years, figure out creative funding packages, but ultimately a new well that's not contaminated, connection to another system nearby, or that treatment system away from the floodplain would be the options that they would need to pursue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When you say that the passage of this law would not affect how you regulate water systems, which I think was what you said, what does that mean? What does it mean in terms of how it would apply to Epsom, who's trying to mitigate this, and would it still result in, for example, taking receivership?
So what would happen if this passed is we would be separate of all these provisions. It's in a water district statute, and we would continue to administer RSA 45 and then the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. And so there would be a series of enforcement steps, ultimately going to the Attorney General's office with fines levied that could be enforced by courts that the ratepayers would pay. And then if still nothing happened, receivership could happen. But again, since I've been at the state, fines are very rare. I mean, it's like once every 3 or 4 years out of 2,500 water systems, I think we actually fine a water system, because the ratepayers get educated over time and will support the investment in Safe Drinking Water Act opposed to penalties over time. And again, receivership is really hardly on the table. It's once in 25 years that I'm aware of it.
Very briefly. Very briefly.
One follow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to help me sort of do some research, what are this section of the statute I should look at for, where you have to comply with this and ultimately potentially take receivership? I understand how rare that is, but can you just point me to that statute?
I can email you the exact provision in the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Thank you very much.
To answer your question about the point of compliance for the Safe Drinking Water Act, it's the point of entry of water into the water distribution system. So if you have a well on this side and a well on this side of the system and separate treatment systems, you're sampling the water right as it goes into the distribution system. And that's where the point of compliance is measured under the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So there seems like a lot of moving parts here. If every home has a filtration system, is there any opportunity for cross-contamination if somebody doesn't maintain their system and their water falls below the standard for it to siphon back into the rest of the system, contaminating other homes? Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility because you often don't have backflow protection on homes. More of a concern probably be of an unmaintained system is that it would be building up with the contaminants you're removing, and if it gets to capacity, it starts releasing them in flakes. So you'll also release large doses of the very thing you were trying to treat. It also becomes a bed for bacteria if it's not replaced at some frequency. Even if the water met standards coming from Sister, it's a breeding ground for bacteria if left alone too long. One of the treatment options for PFAS is carbon. Carbon removes radon very well. You can create a radioactive field in your home if you're not replacing that carbon frequently enough. And so maintenance is really important. I mean, just to that point, we have radiation detectors at our solid waste landfills, and sometimes they go off and it's almost always a water filter inadvertently taking out radon. No one did anything wrong, but it's what it does. So there's a lot that can go wrong. And the water treatment system is the one thing that can connect your clean water, drinking water to your wastewater system directly, because you often have backwash or what have you. And again, in the state, and this is described in our letter, there's no real standards for who can install a treatment system in the state. You have to be licensed to be a plumber, you have to be licensed to be a pump installer, you have to be licensed to drill a well, but the one thing that changes water quality, you don't need a license for. And so if you don't have the right air gap when you're putting in that treatment system between wastewater and the clean water, things can go wrong.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions for Mr. Kiernan? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Kiernan, appreciate it. So I'll call, I don't see anybody else. I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else to testify on HB 449? Anyone else to testify on HB 449? Seeing nobody approaching the speaker's table, I'll declare HB 449 hearing closed. And at 2:30, we'll open HB 513 relative to snowmobiles and trail connectors. Thank you. The blue sheet. One against. Okay. Thank you very much, Representative. Yes, sir.
I'm one of the co-sponsors, so the Prime Sponsor will be here.
Okay, so we're gonna wait for them?
I don't know, hopefully he will come.
Okay, all right. We'll wait a minute. We'll get
Merrimack 6. I serve on the House Ways and Means Committee, and I represent the towns of Sutton and Wilmot. This House Bill 513 was drafted to address a 10-year-old break. Now it's up to 14 years in the east to west land bridge connection that was on an established route before. It's Primary Trail 390. I was contacted by the Sutton Ridge Runners Snowmobile Club to help seek relief and assistance in this east to west or west to east blockage with the involvement. And I have been in discussion out here with David Rodriguez of DOT, and the club had followed all the regulations in trying to resolve this, and we feel that in discussion with the DOT that maybe an amendment to this bill would resolve the entire issue because of maybe the way it's interpreted with the two highlights on the first page under Roman numeral 7. No request shall be necessary for specific connectors authorized under the RSA 236-56, Roman numeral 2F. And the last one, notwithstanding RSA on Roman numeral 5, 215-C:8, the commissioner may prescribe additional requirements for operation on a right-of-way under 256-2F. The club was just mostly concerned about they've done all the work to get to the stage where it would have moved forward, and they don't want to have to go back through all the measurements. It takes time for them. They have to hire people to get the exact measurements and things that the application calls for. And they had it approved once, and then a private property owner said you can't go across this trail anymore, this land. And so they were looking for a way to get onto the right of way, and they didn't want to have to measure the whole trail again. So it's words that the DOT is concerned about how it's interpreted, but the DOT has expressed they can adjust and work with putting an amendment here that they would be happy with. The New Hampshire Snowmobile Association, I went to their meeting last night in Tilton, is fully in support of correcting this and getting this done. And anything that the committee can do, any amendments that would be added would be much appreciated. And that's all I have on this. The bill was just, it was a new portion. It was on page 2, the amendment or the subparagraph that was inserted was to, in our thinking in the beginning, this disconnection was going to give the DOT more of a way to correct this without having to go through the entire process of doing all the paperwork again. So if you have any questions, fine, but I think the DOT might be able to answer ways to handle this.
So Representative, just a heads up, we're going to be execing this in a week. So if you're getting amendments to us, sooner the better. That's all.
And I saw that schedule. I said, oh my gosh, okay.
Orders from above. Anyone have any questions for the representative? Representative Gould.
Thank you for taking my question. And I'm on this efficiency thing. I mean, myself, not with important people. And it sounds as if you're trying to make this more efficient.
Yes, I am, Representative.
Okay. So.
And so is the DOT.
Okay. Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Harb. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Representative Cloutier, also in favor, supporting the bill.
Mr. Chairman, and I just wanted to re-emphasize my support for this bill and trying to represent Representative Schomburg, who approached me, I think, partly because I'm also on the House Public Works and Highways Committee, and DOT is one of the state agencies we work with the most. And I've always found them to be very helpful and very flexible to try to work with people, provided they are legally able to do it. But in this situation, they need some help from us in order to solve this problem. And I think if we solve this problem, we're going to help the snowmobile industry, which will also help the tourist industry, especially in the winter. And I know I come from Sullivan County. By the way, I'm sorry, didn't neglect to say I'm from Sullivan County District 6, which comprises the communities of Claremont and Croydon. Claremont, a small city of 13,000, Croydon about 800 people. Sullivan County altogether is maybe 45,000, one of our smaller counties, very rural. So there's a lot of as I said, there's a lot of wooded area that we have a lot of snowmobilers. We only have I-89 does cross parts of Sullivan County. I believe it crosses parts of, don't quote me, Croydon. I know we don't have an interstate in Claremont, but I think this bill would be very helpful if we could pass it. And I realize it may have to be slightly amended, but I think we've got to enable DOT to help our snowmobile clubs and continue a thriving tourist industry, which will be very helpful to the people and the businesses in our state. And again, I just can't speak highly enough of DOT, which I think is an efficient government agency. Only about, I think, 1,600 employees, correct me if I'm wrong, but they try to be responsive whenever they can. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there any other example or precedent of a right-of-way being used in this way on a state highway? Or
Off the top of my head, I can't think of any. But I can, if you gave me maybe an hour or so, I could go back in my memory and my records. I think we've dealt with similar bills before, and I think we've always tried to be helpful with them. Right-of-ways can be a touchy issue, but I think DOT in the end, according to what I understand, it's not the federal government, it's the DOT who has responsibility for maintaining these right-of-ways. And so I think we've got to pass some sort of legislation like this bill to enable DOT to do its job to help the snowmobile clubs.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
From DOT, David, I'm going to say this wrong, Rodrigue? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. So it seems like we have some agreement to work on an amendment to this bill. So I will save my testimony that's prepared for the bill as presented. But I'll do two things. The first is I will go back and see if we can find a way to permit this without the legislation. If we need enabling legislation and the representatives are willing to work with us, we will work with them to have language that we think helps. This is a difficult situation for us because this connector is on the interstate right-of-way, which, as Federal Highway has informed them, is correct. It's a DOT who owns the process to permit that, but we do need to prepare information for Federal Highway's permission to do that. The other thing I just heard is it's potential that this trail may cross some state-owned surplus lands, which has a legislative process that we often need to go through in order to encumber or dispose of or let that state-owned land be used. So I will research those two things. I'm hopeful we can get to yes without any necessary legislation, and I'll take any questions from the committee.
Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is
Yes.
there a safety issue with having snowmobiles running parallel to a highway?
There can be safety issues, yes, and that's one of the things that we consider. So for an interstate, we're fortunate to have a fair amount of land from the edge of pavement to the edge of the right-of-way. But as we look at that, we'll consider a couple of things. Whether the right-of-way fence needs to be breached for the trail to get on there, it's possible we can relocate that to keep a continuous fence to help to keep animals out of the right-of-way. We'll also look at lights and the impact the lights from the snowmobile could have on the interstate traffic and any confusion that could cause. And we'll also look at any maintenance issues that a trail could cause. So there are always concerns, but we're hopeful we can mitigate them. And the reason we have a process is because of those safety concerns.
Yes, Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This parcel that is denied access, doesn't look like there's any buildings on that, but what I'm more concerned with is that where the right-of-way is proposed, I think of the only other side of the road snowmobile access is Route 11, I think, going up to through Lake Alton in that area. And they have bridges and stuff there that cross some water. Is there any concerns about, for lack of a better term, infrastructure needs that this, I think it's 1,000-foot section would require? Is there any bridges or anything that needs to be built, or is this just a like a 10-foot dirt path that's going to be straight through?
That's a good question. That will be part of our reviews. What I can say is DNCR and the clubs are very cooperative with us. If any water crossings or anything are needed, they will provide that as part of the trail construction, and that's something we'll work through in our permitting process.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned things like the study and possible fencing changes and things like that. Is that money you already have in your budget to make those changes if needed?
That's something we would work with DNCR and the clubs. DNCR has some funds that go to the clubs, and we would typically be looking to the clubs to use those grant and aid funds to make those changes to our infrastructure.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. I don't have any more pink cards, and I don't see anyone approaching the table. So I'll ask twice. Anyone else to testify? Yes?
One thing I'd like to add, brought up.
Okay, as soon as I make sure there's nobody else. Is there anybody else to testify on HB 513?
One that hopefully I can beat, I guess when he beats his pink card, get it.
I won't go that fast, I guess. So my name is Adam Schmidt. I'm a lobbyist here in Concord, and I do represent the New Hampshire Snowmobile Association. Everything Representative Schamberg conveyed to you earlier was conveyed to me by their executive director this morning that said, hey, can you go pinch hit for us at the House Resources Committee? They're going to follow up with the committee with some written testimony in support of the bill. Obviously, the bill will have to be tweaked based upon the testimony we've heard so far. I would trust DOT and Representative Schamberg to work through that. But just very briefly, wanted to make sure the committee was aware NHSA is supportive of this effort to try to solve this problem. How we do it, we're open to whatever DOT needs to make this work, but you will get some written correspondence from the association indicating their support for this.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
probably can't answer any questions about it.
Okay, so we won't ask you any questions. And he kept it within a minute. So last time I asked this, we got somebody else. Is there anybody else to speak on HB 513? Anyone else to speak on HB?
My prime sponsor, he's the leader. I will, if there's any further information, I'll try to be at the exec session, I think next Wednesday, just in case. But I will work with Representative Schamberg. It's probably better to do that. I have something I want to do, but I think I can save it from that. Thank you.
for the representatives, it would be helpful to us if you work with the DOT and they say we can do this without it. If you could send us a note and say we don't need this legislation anymore. And the way I understand all the bills we passed or didn't pass, we'll still bring it up for a vote and probably ITL it, but it would be nice if you told us that in advance. Or here's the amendment, and then we'll bring the amendment up at the exec session for a vote. Okay, thank you very much. No one else approaching. I've asked 3 times, so I'm going to close HB 513. And can I ask the Republicans in this committee to just stay for 2 minutes? Thank you.
Can the Dems just stay for a minute out there in the office?
The green folders probably have copies of the bills in it. Okay, see you.